The viewer has clicked the video, enticed by the title and thumbnail simply by the words, The Stanley Parable. For some, it may spark nostalgia, others pique their interest, and some may not even have any idea on what those words even mean in the first place. And so the viewer sits in anticipation on what could possibly be contained within this video, and observing a pseudo fourth wall break that isn't nearly well done as it is in the game. But still, the creator has tried to convey this. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to me experiencing the Stanley Parable for the first time. The Stanley Parable has always been in the back of my mind ever since I've heard about fourth wall breaking games, like There Is No Game or Undertale, games that break that shield of reality. The Stanley Parable in particular was something that I had been acquainted with since discovering Half-Life mods like Nightmare House and Cry of Fear, which isn't in a very good spot right now. It's still a good mod though. The original Stanley Parable was released in October 2013, though the source mod came out in 2011. So it's well over a decade old. Man, my bones hurt saying that. And its description fits the game perfectly. The Stanley Parable is a first-person exploration game. You will play as Stanley, and you will not play as Stanley. You will follow a story, and you will not follow a story. You will have a choice, and you will not have a choice. The game will end, but the game will never end. And even as I type this script out, and even when I'm editing this video, and even when you watch it, the game has indeed never ended. Imagine yourself in the mid-2000s. You've played so many other games that have changed your way of thinking and gave you an experience like no other. Though during all of this, a creeping thought had appeared in your mind. A very simple one. What if the player disobeyed the narrator of the story? This is what Davey Rendon thought of, one of the creators of the Stanley Parable and also the maker of the original Half-Life 2 mod that started it all, who, fun fact, is also Doug's brother. Davey, much like other developers, had grown up playing games his whole life, typically playing platformers like Mario, but later had dabbled into more story-focused games like BioShock, Metal Gear Solid, Portal, and well, Half-Life 2. All games he would sit down and stare with awe after finishing them, a feeling I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with. However, Davey, after playing these games, had a specific thought in his head. They all had this linear goal to them: play and finish the game, and that's that. Though Davey wanted to explore something deeper, and that was the concept of freedom, specifically freedom and exploration, pushing the player to dive into something deeper. Have you ever looked at a certain door or small opening in a game and thought, what if I could go through here? These moments where you take a slight break from the game and notice the oddities that are staring right at you. You imagine yourself in that part of the map, or what it would be like, and also how the story would change, breaking away from the original story as you basically create your own path to journey on, until you inevitably move on and get on with the current mission. It's this thought process that drove Davey to create the source mod, the Stanley Parable, the original mod. And after the mod's popularity, Davey decided to turn it into a full game. Though he needed help with this, so he posted on a forum asking for help, and this was when William, the co-creator of the Stanley Parable, came into the fray. William had played the mod and was starstruck by it, so after seeing the post, he immediately sent an email to him. The two would then chat to each other about the game and pretty much hit it off.
My answer is who cares?
Yeah, well, I was trying to provide content. Right.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Just say no or yes. You're embarrassing me in front of Adam says I only get this one chance. I only get this one chance. You're ruining it.
I'll stop ruining it. William, I'll stop ruining the interview.
So, Adam.
Discussing all the little details and ideas they can put into the full-fledged game. And it's thanks to these two that the original Stanley Parable was made. But the two wouldn't know how much the release of it would affect them. This game's development has a lot of depth to it, and watching a video on it completely changed my whole view on the game itself. In fact, my experience with the game continues to grow the more I learn about it. I went into this game knowing that I would be surprised by fourth wall breaks, and expected just standard things like the narrator talking to the player about not following his orders. Though, what I found instead was something much deeper and emotional, and this will be the only time I say this.
There will be spoilers.
Listen, play the Stanley Parable. This video will ruin any first time experience you'll have with it, and it is genuinely something that will draw you within the first 30 minutes, I'd say. And you only need one mouse with it too. It's pretty casual to play. Left click will be interact, and right click just moves you forward. The Ultra Deluxe itself is a final collaboration between the original creators of the game, and a send-off to Stanley as a whole. Now, let's talk about the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Alright, so I know I said that we were going to get into it, but I need to clear some stuff up. The first couple playthroughs I did were me exploring the game as intended, but then I went on to look up some stuff on how to get every ending. Which isn't the way you should play this game. Honestly, the best way is to just try and explore every nook and cranny you can. I only did this for a couple of endings, but still, I cheated a little bit. I did end up going back to the original way of playing, where you just explore the game thoroughly as much as you can, but obviously if you don't care about that and just want every ending, go ahead and do that. But the best way is to just explore the game, and if you feel like you've completed everything, then stop playing. Even if there is something still in the game that you never found. And hey, if you ever return to the game again, you can try and find it. You can also try looking up those spoiler-free guides, but yeah, I don't really understand what's going on here. Just know that most likely not everything will be covered in this video. So, with that out of the way, let's finally talk about the first playthrough of the game. When you first boot up the game, you're greeted with the message to set up the time. Thinking that this was going to mean something in the game, I decided to put my actual time when I was playing. Now we're jumping the gun, but each time you restart the game, you get a little surprise. Hang on. Before we start, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting up the clock both times you've booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set up the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see this screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whatever you want. Even if it's not the correct time, you've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. So even now, right at the beginning, the game messes with you. Afterwards, the starting menu came in. It's so simple, yet ominous at the same time. The computer screen being infinite, the people chatting in the background. You can almost make out sentences, but it's hard to fully hear everything. It basically puts you in the headspace of what it's like to work in one of these office settings. Anyway, let's just start.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
So the narrator has thankfully given us the rundown on who we play and his life up to this point. A simple cog in the machine worker who does his job and nothing else, pressing the same buttons over and over again until his shift is over. One must imagine Stanley happy. Stanley has the most complex yet basic character I've ever seen. In fact, it's kind of confusing in a lot of ways. And also, we get the introduction of the most iconic part of this game, the narrator, who is voiced by the talented Kevin Brighting. And the best way I can describe his voice is grown-up Stewie. It's almost uncanny, like seriously. We'll be talking about him a lot in this game. The layout seems to be just a normal office, though this desk over here for some reason just has a pencil sharpener on it. Employee 432 seems to have a weird job assigned to them.
I am rather looking forward to this analysis, aren't you?
Now the first thing I did, of course, was to press E on everything.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417? Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437. Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so. Now, back to door number 437. Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk. Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416. We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again! Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
This was when I knew this game was going to be something special. The narrator continues to commentate on how empty the space is, though there are these openings that you can see through the windows that clearly lead to somewhere different. And I think this is the game's way of telling the player to explore everything thoroughly. Where does this hallway go? How do I get here in the first place? Or I could be completely talking out my ass and this was just decorative. Maybe it's both.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
The director then says that Stanley will go left. I, however, decided not to follow through.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
And now with our new path, we head towards the employee lounge.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
After taking a break, I decided to continue being annoying to the narrator.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
And seeing no floor underneath, I decided to jump off.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
And that was my first playthrough of the game. Riveting stuff, I know. Okay, even though it was pretty short, we already have a lot of things to explore. And these two doors are basically the start of all the chaos that we'll be seeing. And we can see how the narrator acts when we disobey him, pretty much mocking Stanley every time he does. So far the narrator is very firm on how he views the game, and doesn't like it when things go off the rails. I also want to mention the restart screen, with the phrase, "the end is never," repeating over and over again. Maybe this game is hiding a dark secret, or it's just cryptic dialogue. See, that's the tricky part about this game. Almost everything has a meaning to it, but at the same time, there's a lot of stuff that seems like it does, that actually doesn't.
So here we go.
I am going to solve the Stanley Parable.
So for the second playthrough, I decided to be a good boy and follow the narrator's monologue, going through the left door and continuing the narrator's story. This way taking us towards the meeting room.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
The game pretty much mocks the corporate lifestyle, mentioning things that are always oversaid like graphs and data, and also tips on how not to get fired, which is literally what Stanley was doing before all of this. Also, if you look closely on this whiteboard, 432 gets mentioned again. What to do about 432? Don't tell 432 about the meeting. They seem like an outcast in this office. Moving on, we can find a broom closet.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA. Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused. You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning. Stanley was fat and ugly and really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
This is when I knew that I would be doing this a lot. We get a really good look at how the narrator thinks. He understands that this is a game, of course, but doesn't understand the reasons why we do it. To him, following the main path is the intended way of playing, and there isn't anything else to it. So when a slight mishap happens, he's just baffled.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Right now, if I could describe the narrator with one word, it would be order. And almost like a child, he mocks Stanley for going against him. After this, there is no more dialogue, and the narrator will just wait.
Ah, second player. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Okay, now it's done. Now, as silly as this part is, it's kind of important. It's basically confirmed here that the narrator isn't really human. The way he describes how humans operate and separates it from himself, even referring to humans as a species. Either he's an AI, an alien, or something else entirely.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
We can either go up or down. Now, we are being a good little boy. I don't want to... I'm never saying that again. We're going up, okay? Let's go up. Let's go up. Going up to the boss's office, and we can explore the place for a bit. Now, obviously, this is probably leading to like a toilet route or something, but let's just go forward.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Yeah, you can really see me try to interact with everything. It's odd how we're basically being guided towards something, and there's no freedom behind it. It's all done based on this guy's words. We now move into this industrial unfinished area, with a giant elevator that I thought was an endless pit, but turns out it's just really dark. There's also this deep area near this dumpster, and as I'm writing this, I have no idea if this is going to lead somewhere. For now, let's go down.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
It's odd how the narrator says this. Maybe the character Stanley has actually been having these thoughts while we play as him. But then, why haven't we heard anything then? Are we Stanley, or is Stanley a separate entity?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Now, despite the giant mind control label above, there is another route, one that says escape and has a very long corridor.
That at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Walking to the mind control facility sets a single button with a light bulb icon.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Which is a big upgrade from the original mod.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
You know, it's kind of hard to commentate when you have a fucking narrator in the game, so I guess I'll just let it continue until I find some space to talk. Though a quick note that some people got fired, and yet they are still here. It seems like they didn't fail with the mind control test, so either they got kicked out or got shut up FBI style.
killed Hannibal?
Also, employee 432 again appears in some papers on these desks.
Procedure 1A. If an employee begins exhibiting unscheduled emotions, immediately contact supervisor. 1B. Please note that employee 432 is a test case. Procedure 1A need not apply. 2A. If an employee attempts to leave the office via any non-scheduled means, e.g., window, vehicle, unsafe door, set employee status to default, and then back to their previous mode. If attempts to leave persist, contact supervisor. 2B. If, despite adherence to Protocol 2A, an employee somehow manages to leave the office during work hours, you must initiate lockdown procedure for that section immediately and without delay. This will create a temporary loop in system architecture that must then be closed by your immediate superior. 2C. If, despite adherence to Protocol 2A and Protocol 2B, an employee leaves office during work hours and a system loop has failed, you must terminate. 2D. Please note that employee 432 is a test case. While the need for Protocol 2A may seem unlikely, Procedure 2A to 2C need not apply. In the event of 432 attempting to leave the office, contact supervisor and then contact 432 prize pool.
Okay, something's up with them. So we get a little bit on how the mind control facility works. At this point, the employees are just walking drones, though for some reason 432 is completely different from them, and it involves pencils, for whatever reason. Unlike the others, 432 isn't under certain restrictions. Any unexpected emotions from the others, he is actually allowed to feel them. In fact, whenever he escapes, there's literally a prize pool for catching him. So whatever test this is, it involves 432 basically being unhinged.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
We now start to see the narrator's story for Stanley, a man who was most likely being controlled, now fighting back the system.
No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
After trying to press every button in the room to find something, I found the source behind it all. Though an interesting note, if you look down below, it says that 432 asked for a pencil from 431, but 431 didn't respond and followed the procedure. Okay, is this guy like an SCP or something? SCP-432 is... Anyway, let's finally complete the narrator's story.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
It seems like the narrator's story was to make Stanley touch grass, and to find the freedom within his own choices. Though as sweet as it sounds, there are still a lot of questions. Where are the employees? What was the purpose behind this facility? Also, the narrator being a hypocrite. He speaks of Stanley achieving free will, yet in the end all Stanley did was follow what was said. Anytime we decided not to, we were met with discourse. Plus, Stanley finally being free is completely undermined when we're transported back to the same place we started. We don't even get to explore the outside for a bit, and our happiness is instead assumed rather than confirmed. So far, the narrator seems to be someone who prefers to be in control. And that was the end of my second playthrough. Okay, how long are we right now? Ah, fuck. Now for my third playthrough, I decided to really try exploring. Instead of jumping off and not ending myself because I respawned after, I would get on the cargo lift. Though I want to test something first.
Wow, yes, this room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider. Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it. At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left. Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
So basically, anytime the narrator talks, you could probably mess with them. So this confirms that the narrator does know he's in the game. So now we're here at the cargo lift. Let's see where this takes us.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
We get some important lore about Stanley in that he might have a romantic lover of some sorts. Also, for some reason, 432's stuff is in this corner back here. They really do not like that guy. Maybe he's like Stanley and knows more about the game than the others. Anyway, let's confront our past.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
There is nothing you can do here. No matter what, the phone will always ring.
Is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha! Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. Sorry, but you're in my story now.
So we were bamboozled. Sadly, my love life transferred over into the game, and now there's no escape. The narrator has won.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
As the narrator talks about Stanley's supposed death, prompts appear on the screen, forcing you to press them as Stanley would while he worked. No matter how long you wait, the prompt will stay on your screen.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly. So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions, and down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it. You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
The narrator basically spoils the entire game on what could have happened had you just gone another way besides here. Which is weird. Very weird now that I think about it. We'll get back to that when we actually explore that route. The narrator forces the player to slowly accept that he is the one in charge, not you. Slowly decomposing the apartment space while making you press meaningless buttons. Until eventually, it morphs back into the office. Basically reenacting what the mind control facility was doing to Stanley. Giving you an impossible situation and forcing you to press a button because that's the only thing you can do. Unless you were to close the game. But you wouldn't do that, because you want to see what's at the end. But the game never ends. So for the fourth playthrough, I decided to follow the way back after going through the right door. You're given a chance to get back into the normal route, however there's an oddly placed elevator here, and obviously, I went down.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
It looks like for once, the narrator is stumped. So let's continue to break the story.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
After all that, we proceed to the mind control facility.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Huh. Well, I guess this counts as a new playthrough.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
With the story being completely off the rails right now, we get some insight on the narrator. He is the one who made the main story, and also has some control of the game, though not completely as we see. So now we wander around the back rooms.
Jingle, jingle, pay attention, I said your favorite word, the back rooms, okay, the back rooms.
I'll say it, this is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot, why not? Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
So we backtrack and also see that some things have changed.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Okay, where the fuck are we?
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time, I have to restart. All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
If you decide to detour from the line and go back to the two doors, this happens.
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on. You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Okay, wait. This is really funny, I get it, but we have to quickly talk about something. Now, if you recall what happened in the apartment ending, the narrator actually talked about this specific route. So it brings up the question, is the narrator faking all of this, or is his reaction genuine? I mean, it sounds genuine, but what if he's just a really good actor? Or what if it's a different version of the narrator? Or the same one, but from a different time? You see how this game messes with your head? It's meta, but a little too meta. Almost to the point of completely shattering it. Well, at least not yet. The narrator, as we'll see, is a complete oddity. And to be honest, I still don't know. I can only say that he does know, but at the same time doesn't. Also, there's this weird blue room with a question mark on a whiteboard, and one of the papers talked about 432.
Absurd, commonplace, heretical, terrible at his job, knows nothing about where he is employed or what he's supposed to be doing. He questions authority at every turn, and is just unpleasant to be around. He continues to ask stupid questions like, where am I and how do I get out of here? He's unhelpful when performing typical tasks, and even when presented with the basis of tasks, he simply questions it. Incredibly insignificant and pedantic, unorthodox, and continues to attempt to think outside the box. I hate him.
So 432 is basically the dark sheep of this game, but that's the least of our worries. It seems like 432 knows about the game. He knows everyone is being controlled, or his whole life is being controlled. Maybe this was the reason the narrator erased everyone. However, this brings up past stuff like the employees following the procedure to not talk to him, and his mundane task of sharpening pencils. Why is there a procedure for one specific employee? Maybe they were testing how mind control employees would interact with someone that isn't under their control. However, it seems like 432 found out even more. Also, there's this weird trippy hallway that seems to be hidden by the game. Walking through here, and we get to see a peer review of 432.
Employee 432 Observation Report. Day 3208. Asked for pencil. Pencil not provided. Day 3209. Asked for pencil. Pencil not provided. Day 3210. Began to speak rapidly, somewhat incoherently. I must keep the wheel turning. Keep the wheel turning. It must go forever. Repeated variants on these phrases for several hours. Day 3211. Continued speaking as before. Day 3212. Employee is missing. Cannot be located. Search efforts underway. Day 3213. Still unable to locate employee.
So over the course of 6 days, 432 managed to escape somewhere. He hasn't been erased unlike everyone else, as he escaped prior from the game beginning. Keep the wheel turning is the interesting bit. The wheel can refer to a lot of things. It could be the pencil sharpener, the story that the narrator has created, or the game itself. Whatever the wheel is, 432 has broken his way out to continue it. And perhaps we'll be seeing him soon. Though I do wonder if the narrator's aware of 432. I mean, this random NPC has broken the norms of his story. Surely this would anger the narrator like Stanley has multiple times. Or maybe somehow, he isn't aware of 432.
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
This fern does absolutely nothing. Does nothing in this entire game. He's lying. He's lying!
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Well, we just looped around. So now we're on a completely new path. A path towards something new and bright. Okay, never mind.
Oh, no, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart. You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction? Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
It's now a headcanon that the lion is a sentient creature, and I demand fan art of this concept. So at this point, I don't know what the hell is going on. This video was supposed to be an analysis of the game and its fourth wall breaks, but it's gone beyond that. I'm lost and stuck. Maybe this is how the narrator feels. And I am actually the narrator. Oh my god, it all makes sense now. I've solved it.
We are way too early for this.
Wait, who are you?
A new character the editor decided to make.
Oh yeah, baby, it's Sabbath will give no answer.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here.
What is going on?
Come, Stanley. Our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up. What's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know. I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination, so I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you do... All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
You know what? It makes sense. No, it doesn't. So now we have confirmation that the game is sentient, which is actually pretty plausible. Each time you boot up the game and change the timer, the game will actually talk to you, as we've seen previously. So the narrator, while having control of the game, doesn't at the same time. If it wants to, just like the player, the route can be completely changed. Though if we take in the other ending, and the narrator knows all about this, it gets really weird. What if the narrator only knows certain key parts in the script, since he does sound genuine in this? Or, as I've said, the narrator has different memories of the game, as we'll see later on that he does remember past playthroughs and also future ones. The narrator knows all, but it isn't complete, not until we get to that point where it's too late to remember. Keep in mind, this is the 4th playthrough, and we're already getting this deep. And we are, you know what, if let's compare it to an iceberg, we're here right now. In fact, I don't even have a tier list for this video, which breaks everything I've done. We're going to iceberg theories now, here we go. Alright, so we're right here. So basically, the game...
Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
I love this game. Alright, for the 5th playthrough, we're just going to go downstairs. Simple as that. Behind the stairs at the bottom, you can find a note which is a reference to the game Gone Home, which is another first-person exploration game just like this one.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy, this much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
This all happened because I went downstairs. Well, I hope you enjoyed that narrator yap session. There's gonna be a lot of these. I'm starting to think that Stanley and the narrator are more connected than I thought. Stanley as a character doesn't really seem to exist. We know what he was doing beforehand, but right now, we are Stanley. Can we even say that Stanley is a character at this point? I mean, the narrator still considers him to be, but are the actions he's taking really his? Is the narrator actually voicing his inner monologue? I mean, that could be the case, but we wouldn't know since we don't hear it. Well, we do, but is it actually him? Maybe Stanley was actually crazy and thinking all of this, and the narrator was actually just saying what he was thinking. All of this about Stanley, the narrator, and also the player, we'll find out more about later in the game. Anyway, playthrough 6.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Sometimes playthroughs will actually have different dialogues or structures around, just to add a little bit more diversity. For the 6th playthrough, I decided to go down the escape hallway.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up
This
to his
mother...
boss's...
So the narrator does have previous memories of past playthroughs, though sometimes he doesn't. I've re-recorded this part like so many times. There's another room over here that I didn't explain about. It has an elevator in it, okay? It has an elevator in it. We're gonna go in this elevator and we're gonna find out what it does. Turns out, it goes nowhere. Thank you, Stanley Parable. So as revenge, I decide not to punch in the passcode.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. 2845. But it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
So, here we are. Let's try escaping this damn place.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Uh-oh.
But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for. Nope, still on board with death?
You'll get more dialogue if you back in and out of the hallway, but it's just him repeating the same stuff.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Okay, now we're stuck in this industrial room.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
This is where the game finally starts to make a bit of sense. As I take screenshots of this, let's quickly talk about what just happened. There is another narrator, a woman who narrates the narrator as well. So the narrator isn't the one who is the main thing running this game. It's something else entirely. Perhaps this narrator is the one running the show. In fact, she actually questions the narrator's motive behind crushing Stanley.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
This is the curator, the person who runs the museum.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Now the curator seems to be talking to the player now, something that hasn't happened at all up to this point. Till now, Stanley was the only one that's always been mentioned, but this new narrator seems to be aware that Stanley is being controlled by us. But at the same time, the broom closet shows this to be wrong, so this game is this game, oh my god. Anyway, the curator talks about us restarting and how Stanley has died multiple times already. Stanley at this point is just a puppet for us to control. He might as well be dead already. It's almost like we're being persuaded to hear this. Also, by the way, we're in the developer museum. You can see the office format and also other props in the game. It's pretty cool, but also unnerving because it just came so suddenly. Before this, we went into a hallway that said escape, and then we were going to be crushed. But now, all of a sudden, we're in this development history museum. You get to see the developers' thoughts about certain parts of the game, like the 2 doors, which is the part of the game that opens up everything. 2 choices that you can follow that lead to drastically different outcomes. There is a lot of thought that goes into this. Even the hallway length. The one leading to the 2 doors was crafted so that the player would reach it in a good time. Making sure the game was comfortable to replay was a big part of this game and why it became so popular. We also get to see some early ending concepts. There used to be one where we ended up on a battlefield against aliens and then went on to wage war against the narrator. Though playtesters took it as the devs making fun of the shooter genre, so it was cut from the game, sadly. Even though that sounds hilarious.
Rank up! Sergeant of the Master Sergeant, most important person of Extreme Sergeant to the max!
There's also a section where they feature emails and questions from players to ask the narrator, which would have been used for promotion but never found a use. Like, will the game feature capybaras? My god, it was foreshadowed. I can see why they didn't do this. You know what, I think this one is very important though. There's also some early concept pictures of special rooms, and also some insight into the apartment ending. In a previous version, you actually had the option to not pick up the phone, which you would get a different ending. Though I guess to reinforce the narrator's control obsession, they decided against it. There's also some spoilers here for other endings, so let's just ignore those.
Stanley walked through the green door.
And lastly, a room where you get to hear some narrator outtakes.
Then he pushed the number 4. Stanley walked over the bridge.
All of these additions are here not to teach you about the development history, but to remind you that this is in fact still a game. The narrator isn't this omniscient being who's controlling it. He's just allowed to do so by the devs, or programmed to do so. Just like Stanley, he's just as trapped as we are. And all of this is confirmed when we get to the final room.
Oh, look at these 2. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these 2. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
So we get the revelation that really shouldn't be that surprising. The narrator and Stanley are indeed 2 separate people, but are tied together. The narrator exists to guide Stanley, while Stanley exists to be guided. But then where does that lead for the player? The player is ultimately the one who gives the game life. By being able to play, Stanley and the narrator are able to function properly. There are so many theories on these 2, but for now we'll keep it to the narrator and Stanley are intertwined with each other. Both trapped within their game, and both cannot exist without it. Constantly in this loop of failure, trying to one-up each other in every ending. And with this new view on Stanley and the narrator, it changes how a lot of endings are viewed. In the first ending, Stanley tries to divide the narrator by jumping off. The second is the narrator getting the desired ending he wants, while Stanley becomes free in a way as well, which arguably is the best. Still controlled, but is able to go outside, though this is just an illusion because the game restarts after. The third is the narrator controlling Stanley by locking him into an alternate story, which is punishment for defying him, openly mocking him for doing so. The fourth is both the narrator and Stanley being mocked by the game for trying to control it. They try to defy it at the end, but still, inevitably restarts. The fifth is Stanley trying to take control again, but the narrator completely goes into a different direction, making Stanley into a crazed maniac. And now the sixth is the narrator punching Stanley again for defying him, but this time it's revealed that the narrator is just as trapped as Stanley is, both in their own game of cat and mouse, trying to be free in their own way, but will eventually fail in the end. Because as long as the game restarts, the end is never.
The end is never, the end is never,
the end is never, the end is never, the end is never, the end is never, the end is never, the end is never, the end.
So for the 7th playthrough, I actually dabbled in the new content that was featured in the Ultra Deluxe version. But before we get into that, I think it's best to try and find everything we can in the original. So we'll be skipping 7th and moving on to the 8th. Also, when I boot up the game this time, something odd happened. Now it looks like the settings are just doing anything. I don't know what else you want me to say. Though, something cryptic happens. Do you know what time it is right now? Is the time that is right now the correct time? What is time, anyway? Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? Help. Will you come back to visit me? The game is a lot more alive than we thought, and maybe the game is a lot more similar to Stanley and the narrator. A game is only alive when someone is playing it. Anyway, enough about that. We'll probably return to that in like an hour or something. So let's turn on the facility ourselves and try to control it.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones, or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless, to see you made humble. This is not a challenge, it's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
The narrator is really fucked up, I guess. So, the coworkers do in fact exist, but with every playthrough, they've been erased in some way. Sometimes burning or sinking them into the ground, which... oh my god, I'm reading that now, but that is really fucked up, what the hell? We get a really sadistic look into the narrator. This is probably the most mad he's been. You essentially follow through his story, but at the very end, try to change it. The narrator basically asserts complete control over you. You are not free in his eyes. Instead, you're just a puppet for his stories. He gives you false hope, mocks you for your efforts to retaliate, and is angry. Literally laughing at the thought of Stanley frantically trying to escape, until the place blows up and the game restarts. Though with the info from the 6th playthrough, we know now that this is just one of the many games that are played between Stanley and the narrator. How many more will be played? The 9th playthrough is where I start cheating a bit by looking at where to go, and it all starts when you walk up to the boss's office.
Okay, I think we all...
Just kidding. And now we backtrack to the start where a new door has opened. It looks like we have tricked and left behind the narrator, his voice fading away as he's now probably panicking on where we went. Now it appears that we're in some old corridor, and apparently we're leaving the facility as well. Going up and nothing special happens. However, a lot of the interior is just the same thing over and over again. This interior that's the same as the office, and also a close-up on 432's desk. That is until we reach an escape pod bay, which reading this wall, it's hard to read, like really hard, but it has an important part to it, telling us that it won't start without the narrator. And since the narrator isn't here, the game will just restart. Honestly, probably the worst ending. It's just really boring. You're half expecting the narrator to show up all of a sudden and confront you on what you're doing. Oh, Stanley, what are you doing here? I lost track of you once. But nope, no dialogue or hitting cutscene. The ending does fit well into Stanley trying to one-up the narrator, but ends up achieving nothing. In fact, it pretty much confirms that Stanley can't do anything without the narrator. It's because the narrator is with Stanley that the game is able to function properly, but without him, the game will cease to work. At the same time though, the game needs its protagonist to start in the first place. They both need each other for the game to work properly. However, they don't realize this and continue to try and screw each other over, and over, and over, and over, and over, and over. For the 10th playthrough, we do some exploring again. In the right door section, there's this platform that looks like you can drop right on it.
Stanley, someone you forgot. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
It's hard to tell whether or not the narrator is telling the truth here, since the freedom ending exists, but remember, if you did stay on the platform, then you would have just been mocked in the apartment ending.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
I'm guessing this is a reference to The Matrix.
You want to sit in the red chair or the blue chair?
The red character or the blue character?
Red firework or the blue firework?
Is this the only Matrix joke we have?
I decided to give the narrator a chance at redemption.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I just I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
With the new path open and me trying to find a way out, I headed towards the unknown the narrator has set for me.
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
A beautiful space of colors and lights appear all around us, mesmerizing both the narrator and Stanley. You can stay here for as long as you like, but you could also head back.
No, wait. Where are you going?
And go back to the light show.
Right. Where were we?
But we are not going to watch this for the rest of time, so let's do what we know best and break the rules.
Oh no! Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
So I guess our only way of defying the narrator this time is to literally, not be alive by a dramatic force caused by falling, which feels weird. Usually it would be the exact opposite situation where the narrator tries to kill Stanley instead.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Now, though, he insists on you returning to the happy place. It seems the narrator really did feel at peace there. If you return back down, the narrator calms down and begs you to stay.
Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here.
To be fair, it's very pretty. But I ain't no bitch. Let's head back.
No! What do we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here. You heard me before, didn't you? You will die! What about this isn't getting through to you? No! Oh, thank God. You lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
After taking some damage, it gets a little harder to move, probably from the broken bones we're standing on. An interesting point that is brought up when you go back to the happy place, and the narrator says this.
There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving.
Which is very similar to what the curator said. The only way to stop the cycle from happening is by not doing anything. And it seems like the narrator has finally recognized this. But unfortunately, Stanley, or we, haven't.
No. No, what are you doing, Stan? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
At this point, the narrator is begging for you to return. It's pretty sad.
My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
For once, it feels like the tables have turned completely, with Stanley robbing away the peace and freedom the narrator had found.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Going back again, and the narrator has lost all faith in Stanley.
Do you actually want to stay alive? Or are you just teasing me? I wanted us to be happy here, Stanley. I really did. I still thought that was possible.
All because we wanted to make our own choices.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Damn. That was just sad. For the first time in the game, we actually managed to defy the narrator completely, though at the cost of us dying. And so we go back to our regular 9 to 5. The 11th playthrough is me choosing the blue door instead, making my own choice, but this time not by me jumping off a flight of stairs. Now we're combining this with my 12th playthrough because I accidentally did something you'll see later on.
Aha! Perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Oh my god, Jacksepticeye thumbnail.
Alright, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Despite there being 3 doors, they all lead to the same place.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Oh, of course. A 3. Really? Maybe next time we can get you to form an actual opinion, you know? Any level of critical thinking or engagement with your surroundings? Does that sound good? Think we can do that? Yes? Wonderful. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
And now there is this leaderboard that is showcasing. I don't know what is this? So the narrator does have access to the game, pretty much like a developer, except he needs an office worker to function.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
You can actually play this for 4 hours and the narrator will add something in between, but I don't want to hear a loud buzzer and a crying baby for 4 hours, so here's the end of it.
Nearly there, Stanley. Art itself is about to burrow into your skull. Aren't you excited for spiritual immortality? For transcendence and oneness with the beauty and essence of all beings? Just a few seconds now. Here it comes. 'Cause 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 'cause
Was that God? So you transcend time and space to reach nirvana by playing a dumb baby game for 4 hours. I hope you enjoyed that. Anyway, back to this.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out, I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot. Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
So yeah, now we're just in Firewatch. In case you don't know, Firewatch is a game where you play as a fire lookout ranger and uncover a very tragic story. It's a good game. You should watch or play it.
Oh no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh. Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing. Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
So now we're in Rocket League. Now I'm sure I don't really need to explain Rocket League that much. Cars with football.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
We get a little speed boost and play football with our body, slamming into those giant balls.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought, and I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball. Yes! Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls!
Unironically, this was actually pretty fun. All you need in life. Speed and a bunch of balls to hit.
Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a real video game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over. That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
Damn, we got blue balled. As I literally find something to do by following the blue line. The narrator is kinda right. He is Stanley's sense of purpose. Without him, the game won't move forward. As we saw earlier, it'll just restart eventually, even if we find a way to get rid of him. Though at the same time, he's very hell-bent on enforcing rules and making you follow them, like not allowing you to explore an open-world game, or not allowing you to have fun in another game. For someone who originally wanted Stanley to find freedom, is very against that idea at the same time, probably because the narrator wants Stanley to find freedom by his guidance and story than Stanley's. So the narrator is looking to be an ego-filled megalomaniac, though he does have some vulnerabilities. But as he said, there's nothing else to do, except the goal pit. During my 11th playthrough, I accidentally went down trying to score a goal, skipping all the dialogue. So let's try and escape again.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Now we're in this unfinished area, even more unfinished than the section from earlier. It's so deep within the game that the narrator can't even reach us. Dropping even further sends us to the back rooms again. It looks like a worn down apartment. No lights, empty rooms, and a device setup. Wait, isn't this the original source mod? We have gone so deep within the game that we have somehow managed to end up in the source mod, which is a really cool touch, and my god, it has seen better days. Heading back, and the game will just end.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
For the first time, we hear the narrator's true thoughts. Since Stanley is no longer around, he can speak his mind, and it seems he knows that Stanley needs him. The only one that can make the end happen is by the narrator, so that it isn't confusing or scary. The narrator genuinely does want Stanley to reach a good ending. That's why he's so against Stanley not following his story. In his own twisted way, he does care about Stanley, though you could argue that the narrator is just trying to fulfill his own needs. We also get to see another side of the narrator, and how he has to assure himself that the game will restart again. Almost as if he isn't sure that the game will restart, and will be alone forever. He's scared and confused at what will happen next. Of course, the game does restart, but for a game that's main premise is comedy, it's surprisingly deep. Though sadly, the narrator was wrong about one thing. The 13th playthrough I tried avoiding the apartment ending, and turns out, it was a lot more simpler than I thought.
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double-check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Welcome back.
Wait, there is so much that just happened. So the apartment ending, according to the script, did actually have Stanley meet his wife and live a happy life. But the one we got is clearly different from the original. So now instead of a wrench being thrown in, the narrator has thrown a fucking sledgehammer into the mix. He literally changed the game. It's not even totally out of the blue either, since the narrator has mentioned before that he has deliberately erased people from the game, so him doing the same thing to Stanley's wife isn't out of the question. Which is extremely hypocritical of him to judge us for making incorrect choices when he's also doing the same thing by altering the game's routes. Which brings the question, how many other routes were altered to his liking? Though we also get another bombshell, that the narrator did in fact think this was all Stanley's doing prior to this. And also supports the theory that Stanley and the player are indeed separate. Though what if Stanley is just a conduit for both the narrator and the player to control? In a lot of ways, the player needs Stanley just as much as the narrator. I mean, without Stanley, we can't make choices, move around, or even play the game without him. If this is true, then Stanley's the heart of the game, not the narrator. Anyway, let's continue.
You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
So because we've broken the narrative, the game has started to fall apart. The video before telling us that choices that don't make sense shouldn't be followed through or listened to. Logic is an important factor whenever you make a choice. For example, when a phone is ringing, you don't just unplug it all of a sudden. Choices must follow logic, as if they don't make sense, then something goes wrong. You can either get an incomplete answer or destroy the world. Because the narrative is broken from our odd choice, it's now decomposing. Unlike our other choices, this one wasn't meant to be done, just like the escape pod and the out of bounds ending. Now, let's mess up the game even more.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Looks like me choosing to suddenly fall off also falls in line with this as well.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Okay, let's actually not do that.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to. I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Well, well, well. The unforeseen consequences of my actions. Well, that basically confirms my theory on the narrator. Though it doesn't seem like he doesn't remember other routes, which is interesting. So maybe there are different timelines in the game with different narrators. Or this is just in a different place within the timeline. I don't know what the hell is going on anymore, so let's just move on. So now we're here again, and obviously I try to break the game again.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
And now the game just restarts whenever you take the right door. So much for choice.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Going the so-called correct way, and all other routes are blocked off. We are now forced to touch grass.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Nightshark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
And it looks like the narrator forgot that the player can't fucking talk. And neither could Stanley. Probably.
Stanley spoke the code. Nightshark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall. I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step. Okay, fine, you're not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
So that basically confirms that Stanley is indeed just a conduit for the game. Stanley isn't a person nor a character. He's a plot device used for the narrator and player to progress through the game. Because we weren't able to control him, the story can't progress, and this also leaves the narrator unable to do anything as well. If the protagonist doesn't move, neither would the story. You are not Stanley, you control him. Meanwhile, the narrator is the game, but cannot control Stanley. This is the true story of the Stanley Parable. Stanley is a vessel used for the player to explore and play the game. The narrator is the one who narrates your actions and also progresses the game forward. The narrator believes Stanley is his own person, but in reality, he just remembers the one player that actually followed through with his original story. No matter what, the narrator and the player tried to change the course of the story. One wants to control the ending you get, while the other wants to change it entirely. However, both are stuck in an endless loop of trying to control each other, trying to be free of the limits set by both of them, when in reality, their choices don't matter, as the game will always restart and send you back at the beginning. Because the end is never. Alright, that pretty much wraps up the story of the Stanley Parable. Or so you thought, as there are still a couple of endings left in the original game that are more fun than mind-breaking. Actually, not really, but it's kinda like that. This ending, aka the not Stanley ending, is considered the true ending, but in reality, the true ending is just you quitting. I know it's not as climactic as you thought it would be, but as long as you keep on playing the game, it'll never end. I'm not doing that part again. We also have the new content introduced in the Ultra Deluxe version, which, oh, that's gonna make the video extra longer. Oh, I can't wait. So I'll just quickly go over the endings I found, and after I've given up on everything, we can head over to the new content. Oh boy, I can't wait. For the 14th playthrough, I decided to rub my entire body against everything. Not in that way, you freak. Luckily, there's a hidden spot at the start that allows you to stand on a desk, and it leads you to the flashbang outdoors. I like how this was never explained.
Yeah, nuts and bucks.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Honestly, you shouldn't be surprised. We got two options, and I proceed to go with no.
Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
And yep, that's it. That's all you get. And obviously, I'm going to do exactly what he said and waste my time because I must find out what will happen if I press yes instead of no. I'm very normal. I did count this as my 15th playthrough, by the way.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
You know what? I'm changing the story of the narrator to him just being a dick.
There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become quite unbearable.
We're not saying through this, it just loops, alright? Okay, as stupid as this sounds, it does bring up something. The narrator talks about Stanley's life before all this happened, and mentions that before the parable began, his brain ceases to function. This could mean that either the narrator did this, or the player took control of Stanley. Or both. It could also bring up the mind control thing, because, you know, can't really do anything when you're mind controlled. And also, the mind control did in fact exist because of, you know, him. It also brings up a point that Stanley did maybe exist at one point, and maybe it wasn't a player, but actually Stanley who followed the narrator's directions. Either way, he's long gone, and we've taken his place. Moving on to playthrough 16, and this was before I tried finding hidden routes. Basically, in multiple playthroughs, there will be a special screen on one of the computers. Interact with it, and it'll go up. It takes 5 inputs, which means 5 playthroughs to get. You could just also do what I did and restart 5 times. Which, I'm not ashamed of it. And you will be rewarded with this. Since you like pushing buttons so much, the game rewards you with this. Which is funny that this might have actually been Stanley's heaven. And by the way, just a little fun fact, there are 432 buttons. The 17th playthrough starts off with me doing something that seems pretty obvious now, stepping off the platform as it starts.
Oh, well, look who's got cold feet. Sorry to break it to you, Stanley, but that lift isn't coming back. You'd best either get comfortable right here on this platform, or test your luck by jumping to the floor below. You know what? Looking at it now, it's not that far to the bottom floor. I bet you can make it.
So now we're just stuck here. Our only option seems to be going down, and we know where that leads to.
Come on. I'm sure you'll survive the jump. Don't tell me you're scared. That's not the Stanley I know. Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it!
Though if we carefully search around, we can find this open vent down here, which is surprisingly easy to get to.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far.
Has the narrator been a tape recording this entire time?
Far off the beaten.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
I mean, he's not wrong. The narrator isn't a bunch of pre-recorded lines. Well, he is, but he's his own entity. I feel like there is much more to this place, but I'm not fully sure. Unlike other endings, this one was just alright. Anyway, the next one. For the 18th playthrough, I decided to listen to the narrator's advice after stepping off the lift. I wanted to see if the dialogue changed from the first time I did it, and that was it.
Whoops. Looks like I was wrong. How clumsy of me.
And that was it. It barely changed.
Wow!
Playthrough 19 was the start of me actively trying to find stuff. I had some notes, like from the internet and also previous playthroughs, but I was pretty much in brand new territory, so I proceeded to brush against anything I saw, and this went almost nowhere, until I went to this elevator, turned around, and wondered, wait, can I just go up?
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
Alright, by us going downstairs, the narrator made us into a maniac who somehow got outside. By going down the elevator, both the narrator and the player ended up going down a confusing maze to a confusing ending. And let's not forget the ending where we managed to jump through like multiple games and end up phasing into an unfinished part of the game. And that unfinished part turned out to be the original source mod. And whatever you're thinking is not what happens.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
I mean, he explained it himself. There's not much to do up here. You can't even play the piano. What a shit game.
Piano!
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this? Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
Obviously the narrator's annoyed, so we do what we know best.
Oh my God, it's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this.
I guess we'll just wait now.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process. All right. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Now the narrative has been flipped onto us, with our simple decision to go up and down over and over again.
Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive. You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate, and then to marvel at the eventual reveal? This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years, and it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, though I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you, so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh good, we're here.
Okay, aside from what's happening, we get a little more insight into the narrator. The reason why he makes stories in the first place is because he's tired of the basic, boring, repetitive ones. He wants something new and refreshing, like a man breaking free from his chains, or a man going up and down on an elevator. Oh, that does not sound good.
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
I like the idea that all of this is in one building. We can go around, but there's not much to do other than going forward.
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door. All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling, and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
In the backstage, we find notes from our fellow employees, my non-existent wife, and non-existent child. Amazing, I can't wait to get on stage. Also, side note, apparently Stanley is very good at skateboarding. Very important. Stepping out, and the crowd adores us. Listen to them. We are the stars today. Now, just take a moment, relax, and go get them. Honestly, the narrator probably did all this for spite, but I think a funny headcanon would be that the narrator eventually convinced himself that this was genius and was genuine about everything. There's really not much to say. I told you, these were going to be a lot more fun now. Okay, so, the 20th playthrough. I had a lot of issues with this one. I genuinely tried to find everything I could, but nothing came up. I spent over an hour repeating the same lines, trying to find hidden routes, but to no avail. To be honest, I think I've actually done majority of the game, but this of course will never get answered. So, you know what that means. It's time to go back to the 7th playthrough and finally try the new content. The 7th playthrough starts regularly until this door magically appears. This is brand new content that was added into the Ultra Deluxe. So let's see how much the game will evolve after all these years.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
So it looks like this wasn't made by the narrator, but was actually put in by the developers.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Alright, it's already off to a shaky start.
Alright, let's see. It's the jump circle?
Well, there it is. What now? What do we...
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
So even he agrees. Alright, well, let's keep on going.
Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, Initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks, just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Ah yes, great times. Well, I guess that's all for the new content then. Oh, now we're in a new environment, completely different from the normal layout.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
Okay, for old time's sake, let's listen to him and ignore the fact that this was the 7th playthrough.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Wait, let me get a cool screenshot. Alright, there you go. So the narrator, in his disappointment with the new content, decided to create a shed that has all the good times we had. All the good times.
Explain yourself, you coward! You...
I never played the original, so let's just imagine ourselves in 2013.
So what's going on, Corey? Continue. Welcome to the Stanley Parable. No,
okay, now fast forward back to now. Wow, what a throwback. Alright, let's head in.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
The Memory Zone is basically a big commemoration of the original release back in 2013. You can see all the awards and reviews that the game has gathered during that time. It's cool to see the game's history within the new release. Also, there's a dollar bill on the wall to display the first paycheck Stanley got for working. I think we were getting scammed. There's also the infamous Go Outside achievement where you can only get it by not playing the game for 5 years, as well as the unachievable achievement. Man, the devs hated achievement hunters, huh? Heading outside, we can take a small break and honor little Stanley, who was probably a developer's pet. Rest in peace, little guy.
Je suis dans la memory zone, seul sur la pluie de l'eau.
Honestly, it's a pretty nice change of pace, especially when you take in the music and also imagine yourself sitting on a bench even though you can't.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now, a lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
To be every game ever created. I wonder what that means. Comparing the Stanley Parable to the likes of Skyrim or Persona 3 is a wild statement though. The Stanley Parable is every game, but at the same time, isn't. It broke the classic structure every game was built onto. I would say Skyrim is the closest thing to it, as both give you the freedom to explore it, but one grants you the ability to challenge it. Perhaps it's best not to analyze the Stanley Parable, and instead accept it as what it is. But it's way too late for that, so we're sticking through. Moving on, we can find this locked door downstairs that is in maintenance, and it looks like we can't enter. Yet.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
I guess that's a good point. Did this game really need new content? When a game literally adds a developer museum and puts you into a place where both you and the narrator can't push the game forward, does it really require more? I mean, the message was said well in the game, and the story of the two was basically complete. Two people trapped in an endless cycle until the player ends the game.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again.
And, that's it. That's all that's in the memory zone. Just a fun trip back in memory lane. But obviously, something's gonna happen. Heading back to the locked door, and now it's open.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Well, it definitely looks like we're going somewhere deep.
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
This is like YouTube comments. No offense, unless you comment something like this. Then all offense. I find it funny that after 3 hours, they got sick of the narrator. How do you think I feel?
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley, I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered. What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
As funny as that is, I did have to constantly stop moving at a lot of times, just so that I didn't skip any dialogue. Plus, repeat playthroughs do get a bit annoying when the narrator just yaps for a minute. I can only imagine what a no-glitch speedrun would be like.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people, and if the people want Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your Greek gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look, I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise. Manifesto.
We finally have a skip button. Thank God. Okay, as much as I love the narrator, this is probably the most egregious yapping he's done so far. In fact, it's literally infinite. I guess there's a sentiment in the choice manifest. If all your choices have been predetermined by whatever source, destiny, God, or even yourself, have you even made a choice in your life? Or have you just been following a set path of your life until your inevitable death? Now, a great counter to this is just to say, nah, these are my own choices. But are they really? This whole manifesto is basically a metaphor of the game. While on the surface, all these choices you made seem like they were done by you, at the end of the day, a developer was the reason why they happened in the first place. Everything in this game was predetermined. The only way to truly make your choice is to...
Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, Surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial, something along the lines of, "This game is the best game." Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality.
Is that it? Nothing else? Alright then, that was quick.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
Whoa, wait. Okay, so now we're stuck in this room. And it turns out that whenever he pressed the skip button, the narrator is left to his own thoughts all by himself, and it seems like the gap in between is getting larger and larger. Though obviously we don't want to wait, especially when he talks infinitely, though for some reason the narrator can't make a door despite having so much power.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child, wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button. and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, I know you too well. You'll be leaving me again. Oh my...
The narrator at this point will just keep repeating to himself. He spent so much time with us that he knows how we operate now, and it's pretty sad to see. This is probably the most vulnerable the narrator has been. For once, he has no complete control at all. He can't control the game anymore, and already knows he can't control you. So he sits there in a frantic panic, waiting for you to press the button, to be alone once again. This was where I finally sympathized with the narrator, and actually related to him quite a bit here. For some reason, we tend to get stuck on the negative parts of our life, when in reality, it would benefit us much more if we just accept or ignore it. Criticism, while necessary, is hard to swallow. Imagine spending hours, hundreds of hours on something, for it to then be shit on by others. In fact, it's probably happened to you, to all of us. Because no matter what, people have different opinions, and sometimes those opinions are pretty harsh. The parts that you put so much thought and effort into are completely undermined. Instead, you lash out or try to appease them, when in reality, you should be trying to make peace with yourself. I'm, of course, am guilty of the same thing. I mean, I make YouTube videos after all. Hearing that one bad thing can sting and stay in your head for a while. I wish I could give advice, but it's hard for someone who struggles with it as well. I can't say to completely ignore, as criticism is valid at times. However, sometimes it just goes against the idea of your work and takes over. The best thing I can give, if they're just straight up insulting you, fuck them. But if it's genuine criticism, try to look back on that specific part and think about it. Are they right, or do you still prefer your way? Because no matter what, it's your project. It's like people who like a well-done steak. Even if so many other people hate it, it's the way you like to eat this food, even though other people would kill you for this.
I mean, if you're honestly scared, we'll put it back in the thing. I don't think it's bad. I think it's okay for the... It's not cooked.
And while it may be repulsive to others, as long as you're happy and not harming anyone, it's okay to stand on business. Just be sure to think about it first. No advice is flawless, but at least it's something. Anyway, let's skip the old man crying to us.
Important for me. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh my goodness, I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley, not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
Finally, we get the narrator's true feelings of the game and his existence in general. We got a small hint of this back when we got lost in the backrooms, but now we fully see it on display. The narrator is terrified of what he is, and the game he's a part of. He knows he's just a narrator who can slightly control the game, but that's it. He's just a part of it. He thrives on any power he has at the moment. He's not always given this opportunity, so he uses it to the best he can, by controlling the story of Stanley. And even though it goes completely off the rails sometimes, he still cherishes us, because it's thanks to the player that he's able to do all of this in the first place. He's able to talk like a real human, think like one, feel like one. That is until we disappear. So whenever we disappear, the narrator is actively waiting for us to come back. It also brings up an even darker theory that actually might be true. The narrator's state of being alone happens whenever the game goes black. I mentioned this a bit, but whenever you start the game, it basically speaks to you, and this all might be from the narrator. The narrator does care about Stanley, aka us the player. He needs us in order to function and feel alive. So if we now add the new knowledge that the narrator is alone whenever the game goes black, then it creates a dark scenario where he waits for you to come back to the game. Plus, we know the narrator can influence the game a bit, so it wouldn't be surprising if he can do this. He isn't affecting the game on a large scale, so he's allowed to do so, and the way the game speaks to you is pretty similar to the narrator. All of this is just a theory though. We'll call this the never-ending silence theory. I'm trademarking it. This is why he speaks to you so much. It's because every time there's silence, he feels non-existent, so when he's trapped in a room with no control at all, he gets desperate and talks endlessly, looping his own words again and again to not return to the silence. The narrator is a victim of his own game. He is pretty much the main character of it, but sadly, he isn't the one we control. It's because of this revelation that he suffers from it as well, and in the end, he fully knows the silence will come back. I mean, it's been a week. Maybe the best thing for him would be eternal silence, to just stop thinking. Honestly, I didn't want to press it. And yes, I feel sympathy for a talking voice in a game. Fight me. It's said that the worst thing to happen to you is to be left with your own thoughts. No matter how many edgy introverts think of it, whenever you say hi to someone, you feel a little more energetic. It's that connection between two individuals, the fact that you know someone heard and responded to your words. It can get tiring at times if it goes on for too long, but those first moments are there. Though the only thing we can do is press the button and move forward.
Oh, hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will.
Alright, I know. That was really mean. Here's the full thing.
It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment, and I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible, the spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience, and then this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
The narrator has accepted the silence. Even if it's dark and lonely, it's better than the frantic feeling of existential dread. Even though he's trapped in isolation, the freedom he felt from letting go of everything was all he could feel. There were no burdens of trying to make a coherent story, no ending route that led to nowhere, and no player to try to control. The only thing that remained is just him. That's it. Though still being in complete isolation is terror beyond despair. But in his circumstances of being a disembodied voice, he doesn't have a choice. Damn, that rhymed. He's powerless. Unlike us, he feels envious that we are able to skip this internal darkness that he feels. The only thing that will make him feel an ounce of peace is if we experience the same dread that he has. And it's because of our existence that he feels this way. But of course, we continue. And now, nothing remains. There's no one left. Just you.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, "Entertain us."
And now the narrator has completely gone off the rails, lashing out at the bad reviews that started this whole mess. Because the narrator decided to listen to them, he's now stuck in this endless loop of silence, completely ignoring us this time. Maybe he hasn't even noticed yet. He's basically given up on everything, and is just shouting to the void now. All of his pent-up anger sitting in the void, boiling over as it finally snaps back. It's funny how he references the fact that we as humans want entertainment, yet at the same time don't. The reason why the narrator talks so much, other than for himself, is to entertain us. However, instead, the complaints about this led to this whole thing in the first place.
The end is never the end, 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 is
We're finally free. No narrator in sight. No narrator anymore. Is he even still there? Did he find a way out? We'll never know. The world is completely desolate. So, we just tortured this guy for billions of years. I think we're the good guy. The narrator, as much of a megalomaniac he is, turns out to be powerless. He's trapped within a game that he knows about, yet can't do anything. He feels alive whenever he speaks to the player, because he knows he exists. This route really flips the table on who the real villain of the game is. In fact, I'd say it's the game itself. I wouldn't say it's you because, well, you did just allow, the guy to be tortured for billions of years, so I guess we're the villain. But it's all because of the game. At any point, if we wanted to, we could have just restarted the run and not make him suffer. Yet we still do. And the worst part is that the narrator knew this as well. Whenever the button is pressed, it goes black for us, but not for the narrator. It's basically what happened in the true Stanley ending. Stanley remains still, while the narrator is still there, fully conscious. Now I mentioned before that this might be happening whenever you close the game, but a more wholesome way of looking at it is that everything ends. Just like how you press the skip button, whenever you close the game, it goes black. For everything, which means the narrator doesn't have to suffer. This route here is the single reason why I decided to make a video on this game. This game has done something never done before, and that's asking the small questions that lead to unforeseen consequences. What happens to the game whenever you skip something? And it's with this simple question that we get probably the darkest ending in the entire game. Nothing even comes close to it. In fact, it hurts even more when before this, the narrator was reminiscing on the good old days of the original game, being grateful for Stanley and the developers for creating him. As much as he likes to complain about humans, he's just as human, and that terrifies him. The narrator is a textbook victim of existential dread.
What time is it? Does anyone truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all the game settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now, the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. And I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? That's maybe the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There is still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again, if you can find me. Talk soon.
The game seems a lot more nihilistic and cynical. At this point, it seems like it's given up on something. If this is the narrator, then it looks like he's accepted the eternal silence that will come once we're done. For as much as we played the game, it still knows nothing about us. Just like the narrator, and just like Stanley. And it'll be a long time till we see it again. Playthrough 21 starts off normally, until we pass the content door again. Wow, you really jazzed this up.
Oh good, you notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
So all the new content that isn't, well, that, is all added by the narrator. So let's see what we have in store.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh my god. They did it.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Now, how much can you innovate on a game that is already innovated in a lot of ways? Well, if you don't know what happens next, you're going to be surprised. I guarantee it.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Now we finally get to see the new additions that are being added to the game. Has the narrator cooked, or is he cooked himself? We're free to go wherever, and I decide to start on the left, where apparently the game will say our name.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
I mean, he's not wrong, but it's also a little creepy. Though, I would love to hear the narrator say my name.
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
I still don't feel like Jim. However, there is no escape, nor any extra quirky dialogue, so I'm forced to become Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again, do it again. Jim. It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
I'm starting to think the narrator's name is Jim. Anyway, that was something. I mean, not anything too exciting, but to that one guy named Jim, how did you feel about that?
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Moving on, my next move was to go through this odd stairwell.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
An epilogue would be interesting, but does that mean the game has ended in some way? I mean, we've established that as long as the game runs, it'll never end. Next up is the setting world champion from the confusing ending. Okay, never mind then. Then we have the decoration room.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Alright, fuck you. Obviously, there's a merch store, which funny that the narrator before said that the Ultra Deluxe was a cash grab, and now he's added this. Our next stop is the, the reassurance bucket. Okay, this is starting to look really bad.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
This bucket, which seems very stupid, has actually a lot of weight behind it. And I mean a lot. We're talking tungsten cube level.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
With our new companion in hand, I decided to head towards the free easy achievement. And for some reason, it's in a very sketchy location.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
I feel so bad for you completionists. The competence of the narrator is really odd. At times, he's able to control the entire thing and manipulate where you go, and other times, well, you get what happened last playthrough. For the creator of said game, he doesn't have as much control as we think.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Oh, the jump circle's back.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Yeah, my point is proven. Here's a map if you guys get lost, but you're probably not going to play the game anyway. I mean, we're 2 hours in, I've spoiled most of the game, and I've shown a lot of the content, so here's a map for me. Now we arrive at the collectibles. Oh god.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
I don't know how, but this game manages to become so creepy at times. It's like turning off the narrator's voice and just listening to the ambience of the hallway. Almost like sandbox maps, and how empty they feel.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
You know what? I agree about the collectible part. Why are we still doing this? I hate having to look up where every piece is, and sometimes I forget if I've already picked it up. Oh, but there's usually a reward at the end. Yeah, after I've completed the game. Oh, but what about New Game Plus? More like, just restart at that point. New Game Plus 2 is really weird. I rarely ever do it because it's just not as fun. You have almost everything unlocked, so you end up steamrolling through everything, and I swear to—
Hey, no one cares. Get back to the video.
Who the fuck are you?
What, you forgot? The new character introduced a while ago.
Yo, wait, hold on. You're staying?
Yeah, I don't see why not. Anyway, get back to the video. No one cares about your dumb rant about collectibles.
Okay, yeah, fine. Let's get back to it. Next up is the infinite hole. Why the fuck is this even here? This sounds like an amazing idea to put in the game.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Alright, yeah, just go down. Just go down, man. Just go down.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
I won't lie. There's something calming about this,
Okay,
and I'm being
Stanley,
interrupted by the
I don't know
narrator.
quite how to say
never
this
mind,
tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
There's some stuff down here, but it's just more number 2 stuff. There's even some lyrics from just the two of us.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
As I'm taking my RT game thumbnail shot, so far the new additions have been rather lackluster. I'd say the only impactful ones have been this bucket and a Stanley figurine. I mean, you get to hold something, that's a first, and the Stanley figurines will probably lead you to somewhere if you collect them all. So there's a benefit to that. Other than that, I'm a bit disappointed. And that's all there is. Nothing left for us to explore. So let's head to the exit and see how it all comes together. Maybe it's like one of those weird food combos that actually work really well together, like taquitos and ketchup. It's a sauce, alright? It works. Why are you judging me so much? I didn't have salsa at the time, so
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay, are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Wow. I didn't expect that. So yeah, the Ultra Deluxe is actually the sequel to the game in disguise, with a really sick new menu, the hallways blending together in a bright red hue, and this is the actual new menu screen. Well, it sticks, okay? It sticks. Also, I quickly want to mention, I think at this point, the narrator does know that we're just players. I mean, he literally just creates another Stanley right in front of us. In fact, I think the more plausible answer is because the narrator doesn't actually know our name. That's why he calls us Stanley. The narrator, just like us, is learning more and more about the game and the player. Anyway, let's start the first playthrough of the Stanley Parable 2. And also I set my FOV to max, because I always do that if given the option. It makes me feel faster, right? It's like the sprint potion in Minecraft.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Okay, before we get started, I just want to say that this game's innovation will never be matched. The fact that the game essentially updates itself in real time and changes the intro and menu screen. It's wild. Maybe this was the Persona 3 that the narrator mentioned before. Ah, now I'm sad because I remembered the ending. The office hasn't changed much, except for the very normal blue balloons floating above.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Thanks, narrator. Though if we turn this corner, we come across something new. This is where it starts. If you walk away from it, this happens.
Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up. Why was he not doing it?
Well, let's see how much the bucket will change the game for us.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
The bucket basically changes everything. The routes you take, the dialogue being said. From you just picking up the bucket, the game is no longer the same as before. Okay, so spoilers, but the bucket endings aren't nearly as complex or serious as the others in the original. The bucket endings are more fun and lighthearted. I think the developers wanted a way to add new routes, while also still keeping the game as close as it can be to the original. So now we have a new separate category called the bucket routes. And just saying, I will not be analyzing every dialogue leading up to the ending, as it's mostly just this.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever.
It's been 3 hours, we gotta speed things up, alright? But if you want to hear the narrator gush about the bucket for hours, just play the game, even though I ruined most of it. For the first bucket ending, I decided to keep it nice and simple, by going the original route, the freedom ending. How will having a bucket change our perspective? And if we head into our old friend the broom closet, this happens.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet, it wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy, it's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket, it belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it. Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker. You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
These two stickers will stay on the bucket in repeated playthroughs, and I like them. Makes me feel special. Also, the beef between the broom closet and the narrator has to be studied. Heading towards the boss's office, I decided to check out the bathroom again. Maybe the bucket changed something. And turns out, it did.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
So, the collectibles are real. And now we have to collect them all. Sadly, the elevator doesn't change. And so does everything else. Also, there's a collectible here. That's a weird place.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
This man creates the worst nicknames I've ever heard. Alright, here we are. This is where the bucket will truly make its first impact. Let's see what we have in store.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place, not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms, not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room, but at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
You know, in some way, I think this is the narrator's way of paying us back. Though he doesn't rub it in, because he knows we'll just restart. But yes, this is what the bucket does. It makes Stanley, the whole game actually, completely attached to it. And it's pretty much a part of you now. On to Bucket Playthrough 2. This one, we go outside the map with the bucket, and this is probably my favorite bucket ending. Also, I tried the interaction thing again to see if it was different, but sadly it isn't. 0 out of 10 game.
We'll do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
said the bucket.
Not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of— No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like—
Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Okay, never mind. 10 out of 10. Okay, as stupid as this sounds, there is actually a lot of lore that was revealed here. Not actually useful lore, but lore mostly for the bucket. So the bucket was cursed by the first evil wizard, Gambaretta. I forgot to say it. I need to look it up. Alright, I figured it out. It's Gambaretta. Okay, I'm looking this up again. Why am I? Fuck this. I'm calling it Gambaretta. Fuck you. I don't care. So the bucket was cursed by the first evil wizard, Gambaretta, who surprisingly is very important. The bucket might have been originally a human and was turned into a bucket by Gambaretta. Though since it turns into a beast, maybe it was actually not a human? Or he was human, but the amulet he stole turned him into that. Now that I think about it, this is just a JRPG story, and I refuse to try and get serious about it. Let's just go on to the next playthrough. For Bucket Ending 3, I decided to turn on the mind control facility at the end. And since we already know what's going to happen, let's just skip to the end. Okay, well, I guess that proves that there is something. And yes, all the writing in here is different. There's also a whiteboard that gives very obvious hints on where the collectibles are. Which, to be honest, I don't think is very necessary, but thanks for that.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Sadly, we can't paint our bucket with stickers. Alright, last time, the narrator locked us in and taunted us before blowing up the place. What's gonna happen now?
That this machinery, but at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Ignore that. So instead of,
I say happily ever up.
We actually get a pretty wholesome ending, though we're still trapped inside. I'm starting to think this is just the narrator having fun with the game now, starring his OC Bucket with incredibly stupid but rich lore. The introduction to Gambaretta, who's like the Sephiroth of this game. The narrator, after all the pain he's gone through playing this game, finally sounds like he's just having fun. He's finally learned about the truth of Stanley and also seems more comfortable with the game. He's no longer surprised at us breaking the norms and is just fully going with it. He's able to add his own parts without any interruption. Well deserved for the amount of shit we've put him through. Now then, Bucket Ending 4. With the new content and everything else, the office layouts will be a lot more different. It doesn't change anything vital, but it does have some Easter eggs in it.
With the bucket in his arms again.
Okay, instead of going upstairs, we're gonna go downstairs this time, which underneath is another Stanley figure.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1. Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Are these things real? I kinda want one now.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Dude, what do you want me to say about this? There isn't a pseudo psychoanalyzation I could do here, alright? The narrator at this point is just kicking his feet up on a bed, narrating his OCs. I can't add anything else to this. I'm moving on.
3.
Bucket ending 5 was where I did the elevator ending again. It goes as well as you would expect.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing. Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over. Well, he said, the number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket.
How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
Thankfully, there's no long pause this time, and now Stanley's infatuated with the number 3, one number off.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet, not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing. Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears, and the whole time he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator. Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be? Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work. For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
It's finally time to show our metal friend and the whole crowd on why the number 3 is so damn cool. Did you know that the number 3 symbolizes completeness, harmony, and the divine? It represents the Trinity, the Triforce, and the Triad, aka the Chinese Mafia, which, funny enough, doesn't have just 3 people in their group.
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one. There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Okay, now there's paper on the ground. Stanley at this point, whenever he has the bucket, is pretty much Chuck from Better Call Saul.
I am not crazy!
I guess there's a bit of malice coming from these endings by making Stanley the butt of the joke, which is probably revenge for all the other stuff we did to him. At the same time though, it's not serious, as the narrator knows that no matter what, it will never affect the actual player. So now he just puts us in these weird situations. Bucket ending 6 is where I tried the escape pod again, this time with our beloved bucket. As I mentioned before, this ending was probably my least favorite, so let's hope the bucket magically changes it to be actually interesting this time. So we bid our bucket farewell. Maybe now it'll find peace from the curse Gambarata placed on it. The bucket won't spawn, by the way. It's just gone. Until the next restart, where the narrator will put a replacement bucket down. Though I do wonder where the original bucket went, since this is just a replacement. Bucket ending 7. Yep, we're speeding through these. Mainly because I want to end this, but also because I don't know what else to talk about here. These are actual gag endings that don't really add much to the narrative. Anyway, this time, I decided to go down the escape hallway that led to our eventual death. However, it did have the bombshell that revealed the relationship between the narrator and the player. Though now in the sequel, it definitely seems different.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
And now the curator has basically turned into a bucket fanatic. Welcome to the Bucket Museum. Here, you will learn all about the history of the bucket.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Okay, how was that my fault when the narrator made that part? Here in the museum you can learn about so many things like the 25 bucket picture, which is the greatest number of buckets ever recorded on a photo, and was also said to have been so euphoric to look at that the photographer went into a catatonic shock for several weeks. Do you see what I'm working with right now? There's also the double handle bucket, which is oddly shaped like the Da Vinci painting, the Inferno bucket that has caused billions to perish, the stress bucket analogy, and last but certainly not least, the caveman bucket. I think now is the right time to mention that there is in fact a bucket manual. This is real. In it, you can figure out how to recreate your own reassurance bucket, but also learn about Gambarata, who is a pervasive spirit that has traveled to the deepest parts of the universe. There he found and guards the vault. Now he sits at the edge of the universe, where he spreads his influence through the dark window. So Gambarata, through the vault, created the first bucket, which was summoned by a bunch of cavemen who did the ritual. And apparently our OG bucket that we had stole from Gambarata's vault at some point. Oh my god, the lore. We should power scale these two. Gambarata is also a reference to the Hindi word Gambarita, which means seriousness, and this is a reference to an ending in the original version where if you input cheats in it, you get the serious ending, probably referring to Gambarata and his hack-like powers.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
And here we have a hanging bucket, a perfect analogy of the relationship between man and bucket. To be able to witness its power and presence, but never remain closer. Maybe this is why the bucket never responded to Stanley in the elevator ending. It was far too great for us. Trying to reach the bucket, and the obvious outcome happens.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision of the...
It's weird to see the curator go from an empathetic person who wants the best for both Stanley and the narrator to, well, this. So, what do we learn? Buckets are probably controlling the United States. Bucket playthrough 8 is the start of us going through the right door. I decide to go down the elevator. Last time we ended up confused. What will become of this one?
Oh, good Stanley, I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Here they are, the old schmucks from the original, trying to tear us from the bucket. With classic characters like the Broom Closet, My Fake Wife, the Computer, 432's Pencil Sharpener, the Line, this fern that never did anything, and of course, the baby. I wish this thing burned when I let it go into the fire. All of them are here to have an intervention about you and the bucket. And I guess we have no choice but to go with it.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Ah!
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Maybe this would have been more effective if I played the original game. Okay, what the hell was that?
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
I refuse to part with this inanimate object. It's mine. It's mine!
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait.
Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and... The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Maybe if its sole purpose wasn't just crushing buckets, this could have ended differently. You know what? I think a villain would have been a nice addition to the game. I mean, you pretty much have Gamberetta, which is the god of this universe, and then the Bucket, which... Is the Bucket the villain, actually? Because, like, the Bucket seems kind of bad. I mean... No, the Bucket's good. The Bucket is everything. The Bucket is everything that I need. Where am I going with this? Oh my god, what is happening? So because we refused to destroy our bucket, it ended up destroying the entire game. Whoop-de-doo. If you actually try to offer the bucket to the machine, it turns out the bucket is super glued to your hands, and you also can't throw yourself in there. Missed opportunity. You know, this kind of looks like a meat grinder.
More of this.
Bucket ending 9. This is where I went back to the apartment.
No, said the Bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Well, alright then.
Good, said the Bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do. Stanley did not question why or how this Bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the Bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the Bucket asked.
Ignore that for a second. It kind of sounds like we're being lured back to where the narrator toyed with us.
In here, said the Bucket. Go into this dark room over here. Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Though this time, something is different.
Now pick up the phone, said the Bucket. Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together. This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him. The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else. You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket.
You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from, me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket, this stupid hunk of metal. It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it. Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no, I'm having feelings. For the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
So the apartment ending became a bad romance series about a toxic partner and some third wheel who hates said partner but ends up falling for them. You know what? Definitely a manga or anime about that somewhere, and I might have read that. Just think back to this ending whenever you find it. Bucket ending 10. This time we go down to the vent. Also, wow, there's a Stanley collectible here. Who would have known?
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anlarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anlarines. None of us can.
So let's head down.
Okay, this is day number 295, tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down, it doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there? Camporata.
Okay, theory time. What if this guy is the bucket we're carrying? The original bucket, not this replacement, this copy, this fake. For some reason, Gambarata punished this guy, and the most similar thing is the bucket from the Out of Bounds ending. In fact, this guy probably got turned into a bucket. Maybe all reassurance buckets are buckets with human souls binded to them. In order to get one, you do have to do a ritual. Maybe it's Gambarata imbuing a soul once the ritual is complete. The theories are endless with the bucket. Bucket 11. I jump off the cargo lift with the bucket. Easy said, easy done.
I'm serious, Stanley. Jump. Jump with the bucket. I promise you'll live. I extra double promise that you can land on the bucket and not die. Whoops. Looks like I was wrong. How clumsy of me.
Bucket 12. I unplugged the phone with the bucket. Last time was a pretty dark ending. Maybe this time it'll be a lot more happier.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny. Kill me.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invaders who threaten our very existence and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
This looks like a Helldivers ad.
Become a legend.
Say like you were like a race.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
So now we have broken through the comedic tension that the bucket has established, just like how the narrator discovered Stanley as a player. The player realizes that the bucket is actually just a bucket. I don't even know if it's real. So all those bits the narrator did with the bucket were actually bits?
Liar!
The only one I could think that wasn't would be the escape pod ending, but mostly because he wasn't there.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
And now, instead of a story, the narrator wants to make a comedic joke that'll destroy every talk show host. Not a high bar to set.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Yeah, nope.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Alright, let's do it properly this time.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
You know, this reminds me of Soma for some reason, especially that last part. The narrator this time is too distracted to know Stanley isn't listening to him, instead watching more out-of-date videos that really do seem like they'd fit well in Helldivers. All for eternity until he becomes the king of comedy. I mean, I guess it's sad. There's no need to overthink this one, alright? Let's move on. Come on. Bucket 13. This time I drop down the platform below, though the narrator isn't surprised this time, and instead continues on with his weird bucket gag.
No, stop. Look there on the wall, you see? There's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Oh god, it's a reality TV part.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Yeah, that's a bucket.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
So we're doing it this way.
Item 3. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
You know what? Sure.
What? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket?
Did you hear that? Anyway, yeah, sure.
Correct. This is a bucket. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
You know, if you think about it, everything could be a bucket. It's like saying the world is your oyster. I don't even know what that means, but still, yes.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket? Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
See, I knew it. The Earth isn't flat nor round. It's a giant bucket that could scoop up the entire universe. So everything in this game is, in fact, a bucket. It's like that TF tier urban legend where a coconut was holding up the entire game. I'm not sure if it's true. I've seen both sides, and to be honest, I think the latter's more funny. Though an actually creepy urban legend, well, legend, even though it's true, if you manage to get all the answers right, this guy spawns right behind you, watching you, staring at you. Now, not so fun fact, this isn't the first time he's appeared. He actually appears in the back in the elevator ending, so he's been watching us for a while. Who is he? I don't know. Like actually, even after all the research I've done, I have no idea who he is, though there are two candidates. One being the Tape Man, since he only appears in the bucket endings, though the other more likely option is that this is Employee 432. Why he appears in these two endings specifically, I don't know. However, the fact that the narrator doesn't notice him during all of this is just odd, just like how 432 escaped before unnoticed. This guy has somehow broken the game, and what are his plans? We don't know yet. Well, except one, to keep the wheel turning. Before we get to the next playthrough, I did a separate playthrough collecting the last Stanley figure, as if you have the bucket, you're locked out from heading to the blue and red doors. And based on the board here, that's most likely where the last one is. It is funny that this guide exists when the figures are pretty much in the easiest spots to look at. If you just go for the endings, you're bound to find one anyway. And also turns out, that was the last bucket playthrough, but we will see it again. Anyway, let's just pick this one up.
Give me a chance. And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Yeah, we all know that's not true. So let's restart and see what happens.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Alright, I guess we'll go visit the memory zone one last time. Though last time it didn't really end well. It still looks the same as ever, but a downstairs part has opened up.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Honestly, a really cool art piece. Everyone wants to control Stanley.
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
For once, the narrator is being nice to us, admitting that we do have a certain charm at surprising the narrator.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember? No. Under the stairs was the 4th place you found a Figanley, not the 3rd. Well, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they? You know what? If under the stairs feels like the 3rd place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments?
I'm gonna be honest, I actually forgot the 3rd was near the boss's office. It was just in such a random location that I actually forgot about it. For once, we're not berated for our mistake, and we move on with no fuss.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Okay, so I think this is here because I went right instead of left, as to replace the boss's office, but I have no idea, so this is just my headcanon.
This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy. takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Alright, the narrator is officially in my top 10 character list now. You know what? I'm having a great time right now.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figly and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
And that's all the figures collected. A nice memory trip, even though it wasn't that long ago. I did all of this in less than a day, and reminisced in less than a day.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Okay. Well, just let me get in our screenshot while I'm here. Honestly, this reminds me of the old menu before it changed, which I still prefer over the new one. It's almost like the narrator doesn't want to let go of his past and move on, instead wanting to relive it again and again. Kinda like these playthroughs and endings. We've done repeats of the same layout so much, it's become nostalgic now.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video.
Me too, buddy. Me too.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Yeah, me neither, but it does look nice. Not sure why the apple is pink, though.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Maybe the real reward were the friends we made along the way.
This was our second Figly. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
The past is nice to look back on, thinking about all the fun times you had before, especially when you were young, before you had any real responsibilities to deal with. Though sometimes we also get lost in the bad parts of the past as well.
This is it, the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
I guess us completing the game for the first time, but that's about it.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
It's like one of those old games or TV shows that definitely don't hold up now, because you just had so many good memories with it back then. Like for me, I always remember BioShock Infinite being great, but in this age, it's often looked down on, especially for the ending, which, yeah, I didn't really understand as a kid, but I still had a lot of fun playing it.
Oh yes, the two doors! Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
The one that bridged all those other playthroughs.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with, well,
came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions, he would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Damn. Honestly, even now when I was typing this, I was really touched by this ending. The Stanley Parable wasn't made for the player. Okay, it was, but ignore that. It was made for the narrator to escape reality, for the narrator to have someone else make the decisions for him. Stanley isn't the player, nor the narrator. He's what the narrator wants to be, a person who has the gall to make their own decisions and find their own path. And we just happen to be the one controlling them. In a lot of ways, mirroring the devs who started this whole game. Davey and William, after finishing the Stanley Parable remake, had a lot of problems after the game was released. One felt that their credit was being undermined and also felt purposeless, while the other felt he had reached a peak he could never get to again. Because of this, they had fallen out of each other's lives and went on to do their own thing, both weighed by the release of the Stanley Parable, like the narrator being weighed down by Stanley's existence. It was fun in a lot of parts, but also dreadful in others. A coping mechanism of creating a character to act for you isn't really healthy. And the heartbreaking part is the fact that the narrator at one point was passionate and full of life, ready to make his own decisions for his own path. The Stanley Parable was released in 2013, and the Ultra Deluxe was released in 2023. A decade's worth of time has soaked in between the two devs. Plenty of time for the two devs to grow and figure out what they want to do, and also to allow the narrator to grow as well. So, they decide to come back and move on from the past, as does the narrator as well, to move on from the Stanley Parable one last time. So why don't we do that? Why don't we take one last playthrough of the narrator's original story? One last time. Combining all the playthroughs with the buckets, this is playthrough 35, and the final playthrough of this game. Any playthrough done after the figure ending is now just a playthrough from the memory zone. So let's just observe the first and last ending together.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
It's crazy how much the ending has changed from the beginning, even though it's the same as the first time we saw it. Before, me and probably a lot of others saw it as a fake ending. Yes, we were free, but the only actually way we had gotten there in the first place was from someone else. Now though, I see it differently. I see this ending as what the narrator at this point wanted for himself. He made Stanley as a way to escape, to make decisions he wanted to choose. And that's the ability to just do whatever he wanted in that moment. Sure, we were guided by a voice, but were we actually? At any point of time, we could have chosen to go somewhere else. Maybe in the beginning, I did listen to the narrator, but what about now? For me, this time I chose to go here, and the speech at the end also changes a lot. It's open-ended. There are still a lot of muddy parts and questions, like what could have happened? What was the real reason for all of this? Did I really make the choice to go here? And maybe we truly will never know. And sometimes that's fine. It doesn't matter now. Just like Stanley seeing the sunlight. There doesn't always need to be an explainable reason, as long as we find a way forward. Like the narrator discovering his passion again, thinking about the past. Or the two devs find their own paths after spending time away from each other. Sometimes all we need is a little boost, for us to find our own happiness. Whatever life we live, it'll be ours. For me, this ending went from kinda dark to a bittersweet one. Maybe it's different for you, and maybe your views are completely the opposite of mine. But I'm happy about this, and I'm ready to move on.
Yeah, about that.
What? Wait, there's actually an epilogue? Well, I guess we won't be moving on yet. Let's see how this game ends. The office is no longer here, and it looks like the narrator has completely moved on. Now Stanley is just lost, in a wasteland of old memories. And hey, what is that? Is that what I think it is? The original bucket! Reunited with our old friend, we head over to the broken down memory zone. Though this time, it's commemorating the memory of the Stanley Parable 2 instead. And down here, we see an old name. Cookie Nine's review of the game. And boy, he does not like it. But instead of the narrator going insane and overthinking about these reviews, he just moved on. Maybe Cookie 9 is right, and these were dumb additions in the first place. But what does that matter now? The game was released, and people didn't like it. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. Okay, I'm sorry. It's funny how Cookie 9 says all of this when they themselves didn't want to recommend the game due to the narrator. Apparently hearing the narrator for 9.8 hours was too much for them. How do you think I feel?
Did I ever tell you the definition of...
So, all the effort the narrator put into the sequel, it was completely rejected. Well, except for the bucket. Oftentimes, when the narrator overthinks something, he ends up making it worse, and it looks like the sequel met the same fate, as the devs close off any more sequels or spin-offs from happening, moving on from the game at last. And it looks like all those ideas have been dropped off here as well.
Chin, 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 chin. Stanley.
Forgotten and buried. But as we go down, we begin to find something else. We find the office once again, buried underneath all the rubble and all the trash that was left behind, with a lit office desk, a computer, and a pencil sharpener right beside it. Hello again. It's nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developers said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense. The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together, we are going to make the Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also need a really dumb subtitle for the game. Something loud and gaudy. Go ahead. Try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. The Stanley Parable 3 Hidden Choice. It's absurd. I love it. Every time we restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1, and then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content recycled again and again and again with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it, but I want you to have a say as well. Okay, so, before we make our choice, if you've connected the dots, then the game intro person isn't the narrator, the developers, or even the game. Well, yeah, we'll get to that. It's actually Employee 432. So rest in peace, my eternal silence theory. You were pretty dark. Now for some of you, you may be surprised, or even forgot about him, which I can't really blame you for that, as he's pretty scarce. Though if you connect every clue we've gotten about him, it actually makes a lot of sense. 432 was someone who wasn't restricted by the game, and went out of bounds somehow, even to the point of going completely unnoticed from the narrator. The narrator can lose track of the player, but since 432 isn't directly connected to the narrator, like Stanley is, I guess this allowed him to roam free, even to the point of going to the game's files and manipulating it as well. Not to the point of directly changing it entirely, but in small bits like brightness or audio. If he were to completely change it, then the narrator would have definitely noticed. Now why is 432 like this? Rereading the notes, and we can find the reason behind it. 432 originally was an employee that was being mind-controlled just like Stanley. However, something changed when the higher-ups decided to test something. What happens when someone under mind control is given a task when it simply can't be done? So he was given the task to sharpen pencils. However, if you've noticed, there aren't that many pencils around the office, and no one has or is giving him any pencils. So he slowly goes insane from all of this, to the point of completely breaking down. And literally, he breaks down. What? No, not in that way. Eventually, he breaks out of the mind control and is ridiculed by everyone around him, as of course they don't believe him when they themselves are under mind control. So from all of this, 432 goes so mad that he dissolves into the universe and is able to basically merge with the game. I wish I was joking, but Davey literally confirms this.
Employee 432 has been driven so psychologically mad that they become the fabric of the universe, setting things for you, and is like evaporated from off of the plane.
Now, keep the wheel turning can mean multiple things. I originally thought it meant the mind control, and it was telling him to keep the wheel turning when he couldn't, but 432 repeats this days before he disappears. So now, I think that he means the game itself. As if he's completely merged into the game, then if the game closed down, then so will he. Now, I could be wrong about the power dynamic between the narrator and 432, as 432 could have gotten more powerful than the narrator and is able to control the game more than he is. This would also explain the narrator not being able to control the game at certain points, and also why he doesn't notice the watching man, if that is him. The reason why I bring this up is because 432 actually mirrors the narrator a lot. Someone drunk on power, but too lazy to make their own decisions, both being unable to move on with the game. 432 is too lazy to make new content, and doesn't even make the choice himself to choose the title names, leaving it up to us instead. And the reason why he does this is because he knows that even though he has all this power, it's completely meaningless when the player closes the game. So he tries to add some replay value to it, but no matter what, the game still stays the same. There's also a lot of malice behind it as well. I mean, thanks to the narrator and devs creating this game, he was driven insane and ridiculed by the company, eventually dissolving to the game itself, and is now trapped within it. So now, he wants to desecrate the legacy the narrator and devs have built up. But, at the end of the day, this won't do anything. As I've said before, the game will stay the same. The only thing that changes is the menu and title, but it's just those two things. It's a powerless cry to someone who isn't even there anymore. Everyone has moved on. The devs, the narrator, the critics, and eventually, the player as well. The only thing that will remain in the end is 432. In a lot of ways, he reminds me of Am, especially if you take the route that he's actually more powerful than the narrator. Someone who has ascended above the creator, but is still shackled at the same time, given sentience in a body that can literally disappear with one button. 432 has no mouth, and he must scream. Or he's just some dickhead who wants to fuck with the game. I don't think Davey and William really intended this much depth for 432, as Davey talks about it more as a joke. It's literally some guy who blends into a game because he went crazy over not sharpening pencils. How much more serious can you take that? Well, this much. But hey, it's fun to overanalyze parts of something you really like, especially if there is some connection you can make between the two. Anyway, with all of that out of the way, you can choose to either accept the title changes, or keep it the same and move on. Which me personally, I think you should keep it the same. In terms of narrative, it feels like the player has finally decided to move on with the game as well. Now, if you like weird dumb titles or want some variation every time you boot up the game, go ahead. It really doesn't change anything else except that. Ignore that. It does kinda ruin the vibe for me a bit, and if I could take back that decision, I would. But I had to show you what would happen, so I'm blaming this on you. As for Stanley himself, I don't know what he'll do. I mean, it's up for question if he even exists. Was he actually a person at some point? 432's backstory points to that, but he probably was being mind controlled. Are you even a person at that point? Maybe the narrator added him as the last part of the game, so he's fully a conduit for the narrator and player, which would mean Stanley isn't a person. Though, even if he isn't, I guess this just proves that Stanley and the narrator didn't need each other after all. The only thing that was needed was a realization of oneself. With the narrator gone, where will Stanley go? Will he just wander around the wasteland like in the epilogue? Or will he finally be free? We don't know, and we will never know. The only thing left for us to do is to finally exit our stage. The end is now. I really want to dive more into the two developers, Davey and William, but I also don't want to extend this video any longer. So if you do want to know more about them, check out this video by ThatGuyGlen. This video basically changed my whole viewpoint on how the developers want the game to be played. Okay, before we end this, I want to show you something. Something that forever cemented this game in my heart. After all of these playthroughs and endings, I figured that I had found everything. I mean, what else could be left? Though, when I was trying to record footage of 432's documents, something happened that will forever question me on what else was in this game. And I think this moment right here represents the Stanley Parable the best.
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours, so here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game, with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job, you did it. Good job.
Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful, you should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending, now it's an ending. I believe in you, I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. Railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.